16th, 2021 will come to order. I'll begin by calling the roll. Regent Dunkel.
Here.
Regent Barker.
Here.
Regent Crow.
Here.
Regent Rouse.
Here.
Regent Dakovich.
Here.
Regent Bates.
Here.
Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
Regent Butker.
Here.
Regent Richards is present. We have a quorum and the meeting can proceed. First item of business is the consent agenda. Are there items any board member would like to remove from the consent agenda for a separate vote? Regent Butker.
Yes, I would just like to remove I don't have that yet in front of me, I'm sorry. The item about the policy manual changes.
Policy manual changes.
Yes.
A motion and a second are required to approve and receive items on the consent agenda. So we will be removing the policy manual. All other items will stay. Is that correct? No other objection? Is there a motion for that action?
I so move.
Regent Bates, a second.
Second?
Regent Butker. Any further discussion? We'll now have a roll call vote. Regent Rouse,
Yes.
Regent Dunkel,
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer,
Yes.
Regent Barker,
Yes.
Regent Crow,
Yes.
Regent Dakovich,
Yes.
Regent Bates,
Yes.
Regent Butker,
Yes?
Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved. Regent Butker has called for items related to the policy manual to be removed from the consent agenda. A motion and second are required to approve and receive them. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Regent Butker,
Second.
Regent Dakovich. Any discussion? I'd like to have our legal counsel and Rachel Boone and, okay, and John, okay. And there's items on that have been removed from the consent agenda, and I'm going to turn the discussion of the policy manual changes over to you.
Certainly. Good morning. I'm going to provide just a general overview of the policy manual changes and the reasons why this project was initiated. Recall that a year ago, the board office, in consultation with the universities, initiated a comprehensive review of our administrative rules. And those rules were brought to the board for a first reading in April, and they are on this docket on the consent for a second reading and final approval today. And that review, the purpose of that review was to update the administrative rules, streamline them, and remove outdated or unnecessary rules. Now, as a companion to that project, the board office then undertook a comprehensive review of our policy manual. And the purpose of that review was to assure that the policy manual reflects any changes made to the administrative rules and is otherwise current with best practices for our institutions. And so a number of changes are proposed today, and this is just a first reading, so the board is not taking action on these items today. We will bring the final proposed changes back for your approval at a subsequent meeting. And so at a high level, the changes proposed in Chapter 1, and Chapter 1 is generally how the board office functions and operates. These changes include updates to the board's policy regarding conduct of the public and attendees at board meetings. These are not necessarily new changes, but it's adjustments to the language to mirror what is included in our administrative rules. In Chapter 1, we also propose some updates to the board's appeal procedures. Now, the rights afforded to individuals in our appeal process are not being changed. Rather, we're just modifying the language to assure that it is clear and consistent and current. So no substantive or material changes, just general updates. And then finally, in Chapter 1, we have added a new appeal process for merit classification appeals. And merit classification is when a merit employee requests that they be moved to a new or different or higher classification. And if that request is denied, they have a formal appeal rights to the board office. Are there any questions about specific changes in Chapter 1? Okay. Chapter 2, which is generally the human resources, purchasing, and facilities management operation policies for the institutions, also includes a number of changes. In the HR area, we propose changes clarifying what appointments need to be docketed for Board of Regents approval at an official board meeting. We removed the sunset date on the phased retirement policy. We also removed and cleaned up references to the administrative rules that are no longer applicable and have been proposed for rescission. We also replaced references to the Chief Operating Officer and replaced that with Executive Director or his designee. And the reason for that is the position of COO is currently not filled, and so we needed to update the language there accordingly. We also proposed updated language regarding the purchase of insurance. Again, this is a reflection of changes made to the administrative rules. And then finally, a number of changes are proposed to the capital improvement processes at the institutions. And John Nash is here. If you have any questions, he can probably better speak to those changes.
Well, Amy.
Any comments, John?
Yeah, thank you, Amy. So I probably had the most changes of all, and I'm kind of guilty of that from time to time. And what I really want to do is simply, just like Amy said, is to go through the policy manual and clean it up and make it so it's usable so that the institutions don't get confused, because they do rely on this to try to understand the thresholds that are in place for approvals, whether it be projects or whether it be projects that they themselves are deputized to approve, or the board office approves, or the board approves. So we have thresholds for all kinds of aspects of projects, whether you're asking for permission to proceed or the budget or use of alternative delivery methods or whatever it might be. So let me just give you a couple of the two biggest ones that are in this revision, and one has to do, as you know, we sold the Iowa Braille and Sight Saving School to the city of Vinton last October, thanks to my colleague Amy Clays, for the most part. So that happened, and so when that happened, Iowa State University is in charge of providing the project management and the construction management for not only the Iowa Braille and Sight Saving School, but the Iowa School for the Deaf. And so all this does is just say it's now just for the School of the Deaf. So that's pretty simple. The other one has to do with a request from the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics on what we call equipment projects. And they have a fair number of projects that have a large piece of equipment in it and a small amount of design and construction. So for example, like an MRI, they would like to purchase a new MRI, which happens frequently, put it in the hospital, but again, there's a small amount of design and construction. So it seems unfair to hold up UIHC on a project where we're really talking about a small amount of design and construction to get the approval from either the board office or the board. So what it does is it tries to define what an equipment project is and say that if the piece of equipment it costs more than 50% of the construction, then the cost of the equipment would not be considered as part of the budget. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I'm just trying to say that the piece, if we're talking about a project that's overwhelmingly a piece of equipment, then we just ignore that equipment cost and focus on the design and construction itself. So that's the lion's share of the changes that I had.
Okay. And then finally, changes are proposed to Chapter 3, which governs the academic operations for the institutions. These changes include updates to the RAI. The formula hasn't changed, but we are abandoning or sunsetting one alternative formula for calculating the RAI. And so that change has been updated. And then also we've updated some terminology references to reflect changes made to the administrative rules. Additionally, we've added a new section providing guidance on residency classification classifications, and again, that's reflective of changes made to the administrative rules. And then there are some additional updates in the academic program and academic department name change area, and Rachel's happy to answer questions on those pieces if you have any.
Sure. The quick summary on that, just in advance of any questions, is we're trying to ensure that the universities have, that we've not removed the board's role in any of the academic program or name changes, those sorts of things. We are sort of making some adjustments that will allow a little bit more responsiveness as programs need to evolve to be address workforce needs and sort of the evolving environment. We wanted to make sure that we had policies in place that continue the oversight, but allow as much ability to sort of react and move expediently as is appropriate. So that was sort of the core objective of those adjustments.
So again, no action needs to be taken today. We will go through these rules one more time, and if there are any additional adjustments or changes that you would like to see, please email me, and we will incorporate those into the conversation, and these will come back to the board at a future meeting. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion or questions? Then we will proceed with a roll call vote to include the items related to policy manual, I think as a first reading, I believe that's correct, yeah. We'll have a roll call vote. Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Crow?
Yes.
Regent Dokovich?
Yes.
Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Butker?
Yes.
Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved. The next item on the agenda is our reports from the institutional heads. At this time, I'd like to recognize each institution and activities related to their institution. We'll begin with President Wintersteen.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on Iowa State University and an overview of our fiscal year 23 legislative request. This is a photo of the first day of the semester as students across campus walk through our beautiful central campus, making their way to class. We are so pleased to see our campus full of activity and our vibrant student body and our wonderful faculty staff all back together. We know our students are just as excited to be back as we are to have them and to enjoy the full ISU experience in the classroom, in the research lab, as well as all the other events and activities we have to offer. We are pleased to be moving forward. When we think back to last year at this time, most classes were online and many faculty and staff were working remotely. This year, we are back on campus navigating an evolving landscape. As the pandemic shifts to an endemic, we are learning how to manage and mitigate COVID-19 in our work and learning environments. We're encouraging everyone who is able to get the COVID-19 vaccine, as it is the most effective way to mitigate the spread and prevent serious illness. We're making the vaccine widely available and accessible through campus vaccination clinics. We also partnered with Hy-Vee to provide a mobile vaccination clinic during our first football home game 2 weeks ago. Teelan Student Health Center is performing on-campus testing for symptomatic students, and we're providing at-home test kits as another option for students as well as faculty and staff. Additionally, we're monitoring county and state data to understand the level of infection in our community. Isolation and quarantine housing remains available for students who live in university residence halls. Masks continue to be encouraged in all indoor spaces when around others, and of course, masks are still required on SciRide, our public transportation system. And as you heard yesterday, our faculty continue to request the option to require face coverings in their classroom. The start of a new academic year is always exciting, but this year we have 1.5 billion reasons to celebrate. We just completed our historic 9-year fundraising campaign, Forever True, for Iowa State. More than 96,000 alumni, donors, and friends made extraordinary investments in our campaign, raising a grand total of $1.542 billion. I can't even say the number, it's just too exciting. We are grateful for the monumental support provided to Iowa State. It's important to understand that these donor gifts are designated for a specific purpose. They are not fungible resources to be used for other items. They must be used for the donor-specified purpose. Here's a look at the transformational impact of the campaign. $500 million have been directed to student support, including 56,000 donor-funded scholarships to help maintain affordability for an Iowa State education. 148 new funds were established for named faculty positions, which provide faculty with resources to invest in teaching programs, research, and other strategic priorities. $548 million have been directed for program support, such as the One Health initiative in the College of Veterinary Medicine, which explores the interconnection of animal, human, and environmental health. And $275 million was raised for new or revitalized facilities, including the Student Innovation Center, the Stark Performance Center, which opened this fall for our student athletes, and the Jardine Building Expansion Project. And speaking of facilities, we're thrilled with the announcement of the new gift, the largest gift ever for an academic building at Iowa State. One of our most generous alumni couples, Turk and Joyce Turkelsons, made an incredible $42 million commitment to construct a new building for the Department of Industrial and Manufacturing Systems Engineering. We thank the board for just approving the name of this new facility. When completed, the building will provide a state-of-the-art environment for students to engage in unique hands-on experiential learning opportunities, including an advanced manufacturing laboratory to train engineers for the Industry 4.0 era, a human factors and ergonomics teaching and research laboratory, and data-intensive engineering analysis and visualization laboratory for teaching and research. Industrial Manufacturing and Systems Engineering is a top-ranked program at Iowa State with more than 500 undergraduate and graduate students. Iowa State's leading role as the University of Science and Technology continues to be reflected in ISU programs and majors that attract the most students. This fall, nearly 60% of our students are enrolled in a STEM major. The top 5 popular majors are mechanical engineering, electrical and computer engineering, kinesiology, animal science, and aerospace engineering. Enrollment in these 5 programs accounts for 23% of our total undergraduate population. Overall, Iowa State's new student enrollment is up nearly 5% year over year. Freshman enrollment is up more than 6% from last year. Our freshman class is the most diverse ever at Iowa State. 18.2% of ISU freshmen identify as U.S. multicultural. Our new students are also high academic achievers, graduating high school with an average GPA of 3.7. Our first-year retention rate remains high. 88% of our first-year students have returned for a second year. We're excited to be building on the legacy of science and technology through our new brand, Innovate at Iowa State. Our new Student Innovation Center, which you all toured yesterday, is where this brand comes to life through interdisciplinary collaboration and creating innovation with impact. Every college has space within the center, and the facility provides all students with access to collaborative workspaces, hands-on materials labs, and a variety of cutting-edge R&D tools and equipment, like the robotics lab you see here. Another example is the Collaboration Learning Suite, which was supported by generous donors Larry and Pam Pitton. This landmark facility was made possible by an incredible public-private partnership. Nearly half of the $84 million for this project was provided by the state, with the rest of the funding by private donors. We are confident that the return on investment will pay dividends. The opportunities for our students to develop an innovative and entrepreneurial mindset, as well as the new college initiatives and successful programs and services offered by our ongoing Iowa State University Papa John Center for Entrepreneurship, are truly setting Iowa State University apart as a place to be if you're interested in being future ready through innovation and entrepreneurship. We're looking forward to the dedication of this facility on September 30th. Our faculty are at the forefront of making Iowa future ready through research and innovation that fuels the state's economy, generates new opportunities, and overall makes our state more competitive. You'll get to hear from one of our outstanding faculty members today. Dr. Lisa Schulte Moore will share her work about creating a sea change in meeting the 21st century challenges of agricultural technology and innovation. Of course, Iowa's agricultural economy is quite literally the state's bread and butter. Without Iowa State University, our ag economy would not be the productive powerhouse it is today. We're constantly looking to how we help Iowa farmers and producers become more efficient, sustainable, and innovative. A shining example is the incredible research led by Bhaskar Ganapathy Subramanian, professor of engineering. He's established the Artificial Intelligence Institute for Resilient Agriculture based here at Iowa State. It's a cross-disciplinary team of experts in agriculture, manufacturing, healthcare, and transportation. They're using high-powered computers, robots, drones, field sensors, and other technologies to enhance the productivity and sustainability of agriculture. More specifically, they're working on developing digital twins of individual crop plants and entire farm fields to help plant breeders improve crop varieties and boost production. The new institute is made possible by a $20 million federal grant from the National Science Foundation and the U.S. Department of Agriculture's National Institute for Food and Agriculture. Here's another example of Iowa State's innovation that is addressing an urgent, complex issue. Plastic waste is a global problem. Each year, 380 million tons of plastics is produced worldwide, with about 75% ending up in a landfill. Aaron Sadow, professor of chemistry and scientist with the Ames Lab, is establishing the Institute for Cooperative Upcycling of Plastics to tackle this problem. He's leading a multidisciplinary team to find ways to transform plastic waste into renewable resources with the goal of relieving the economic and environmental challenges it causes. His team is supported by a $12.8 million grant from the U.S. Department of Energy. These examples truly are case in point about how Iowa State leverages our state funding and why state support is so critical. Another important way that we're fueling the state economy is by attracting cutting-edge companies to the ISU Research Park. I was at the park earlier this month to celebrate the expansion of Pivot Bio. Pictured here is CEO Karsten Timme. He was a graduate student in 2011 when he and a classmate started the company in Silicon Valley. Pivot Bio has since expanded across the U.S., including opening a location at the Research Park in 2019. They quickly outgrew that spot and moved into a larger facility at the park. Pivot Bio was founded to develop a sustainable replacement to synthetic nitrogen using microbes. The company realized the benefits of the presence of the ISU Research Park to be closer to its customers and investors, as well as having the faculty expertise in agricultural innovation and student talent. The company is engaged with Iowa State for field trials, as well as our Ag 450 student-run farm that is here at Iowa State, where students get a very unique experience. Pivot Bio is one of the fastest growing startups in the country, currently valued at $2 billion. I would be remiss if I didn't add that Karsten Timmie is a University of Iowa graduate and benefited from the University of Iowa Papa John Center during his time there. For us to continue this exciting momentum, a thriving economic engine for Iowa and a leading source of STEM workforce, it's imperative that the Iowa legislature increase its investment in Iowa State University. I know you've seen this slide before, but it helps paint the picture of the reality of our growing financial challenges. Iowa State is already one of the leanest and most efficiently run universities in the country. Without an increase in state support, we will continue to be challenged to retain our excellent faculty and staff with competitive salaries. Increasing inflation for supplies and services is also a concern. ISU is in dire need of technology updates to improve operations and the student experience, but which cost tens of millions of dollars to implement. Finally, the backlog of deferred maintenance, continuing COVID-19 costs, and other miscellaneous items further weaken our financial situation. We will continue to do our part by taking prudent actions to reduce spending and generate cost savings, but we also need the state to do its part. They need to invest in Iowa State University for today and for the future. For fiscal year 23, we are seeking a $7 million incremental increase for our general university appropriation. These resources will help our land grant promise to provide an affordable education to a diverse student body. We'll leverage these funds in a number of ways, including to address additional opportunity gaps to ensure students of all backgrounds and circumstances can be a success, maintain peer competitive financial aid programs, support our culture of innovation and entrepreneurship, to prepare our students with career-ready skills and a mindset to be a day one contributor in the workforce and retain our exceptional faculty and staff. We're also requesting $377,000 increase to complete our original request of $3 million for Iowa State's leading role in the biosciences innovation ecosystem. This will equate to a $1 million annual appropriation to support each of ISU's biosciences platforms, bio-based products, digital and precision agriculture, and vaccines and immunotherapeutics. In partnership with the University of Iowa, we're seeking $1.25 million to respond to the U.S. Economic Development Administration's Build Back Better regional challenge. This will help us secure a federal investment for innovation, workforce development, infrastructure, and other opportunities to advance the state's bioeconomy. Some of these funds will be used for the response to the agency's STEM Talent Challenge to equip the workforce needed to accelerate growth in high technology sectors. As I conclude my presentation, I want to emphasize why we're here. As a land-grant university, Iowa State helps lead the way for an educational revolution that occurred more than 160 years ago. We were established with the unique purpose to provide an accessible, practical education in subjects like agriculture, science, and engineering, for the sons and daughters of Iowans, and to transfer our knowledge far beyond the campus borders to benefit every corner of the state. Our faculty and staff are delivering on this promise every day through their teaching, research, and extension programs. They're challenging and mentoring our students to be independent thinkers, problem solvers, and innovative leaders that will make our state and economy more strong and robust. But for Iowa State to meet our future-ready goals, the state must increase its investment now in higher education. We must help our legislators understand the long-term benefits of that investment, the improved quality of life for Iowa State graduates who are highly recruited for good-paying careers, the Iowa businesses that are more competitive because of Iowa State research and innovation, and the thriving communities in every county that are supported by our science-based programs and services through Iowa State University Extension and Outreach. We shouldn't retreat from the educational revolution that has made our state and our country great. Investing in Iowa State today is truly an investment in a prosperous future, not just for Iowa State University, but for the state of Iowa. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide an update and to share our request for a legislative appropriation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for President Wintersteen?
If not, thank you so much.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to recognize Superintendent Gettel.
Good morning, President Richards and Regents. Thanks for the opportunity to share some information about our special schools, getting back into a new school year, but with some of the same issues we dealt with last year, and some information that I think is real enlightened, I guess, points towards the positive side of being able to operate our special schools across the state, looking to the future. We started the school year with 86 students on the ISD campus programs, and this is in line with a 5-year average of 88 students. We welcomed 15 new students, which is a couple of students more than we typically see at the beginning of a school year. But the significant thing here is that we're starting the school year with as many students as we ended the school year with, and we see a fair amount of in-migration during the school year. Last year we actually had, between the 4+ programs and the K-12, or the pre-K high school program at ISD, we had 25 new students enrolled. And that's a huge shift in your cohorts of the students that you test then and measure for progress, and I'll talk about that in a bit. Significant changes are that we've increased the number of students coming from Nebraska, and there's been a decrease in the number of students that are taking our ASL online class. Last year we had a large number of students enrolled in that, I expect in part because many districts had switched to remote learning. And they were looking for sections that they could place students in. And so we've gone back to the typical numbers that we're serving through that program. Again, through our graduation and in and out migration, our change in the student body averages about 15% a year. And so we've had several years of large graduating classes. We're happy to see the number of referrals up and the number of students we've enrolled at the beginning of the year. I'll just say our largest class has 17, and it's juniors, so we're still facing some large shifts in our enrollment as we move forward over the next couple of years. So we start the new school year asking the same question, you know, every school district is asking, and that's how has COVID impacted learning? And we have several assessments for monitoring student progress, and the primary tool that we use is measures of academic progress. I spoke about that before. It measures achievement and growth in K-12 math, reading, language use, and science. And it provides teachers with an accurate measure of student understanding of the Iowa core curriculum, regardless of how far above or below they are from their grade level. So keeping in mind that last year there was a 17% change in the cohort of students we tested, and that all of our students missed in-person instruction for 3 months. This is what, on this slide, we show for assessments in math and what they tell us about student achievement from fall of 2019 to fall of 2020, last fall. So we're a year in arrears here. And students assessed were in grades 3 through 11. And 69% of our students made less than expected growth. 31 made more than expected growth. And again, that's by comparison to the previous school year, when 74% of our students made growth from fall of 18 to fall of 19. In our strategic plan, we were measuring that and wanted to see that all of our students were making growth every year. And we made good progress the first 4 years. This previous school year is the first year that we've seen a real significant decline in the number of students making growth. So we might be correct in our assumption that missing 3 months of face-to-face instruction did negatively impact student performance. In our plan, as I said, we measure growth from fall to fall, and we just completed assessments this last week for the first screening for this school year, and we haven't analyzed that data yet. However, we did look this last summer at the results from fall of 2020 to spring of this past spring, the school year we just finished. And so it's measuring a full year of in-school instruction. And this last year we had an 11% change in the cohort of students that were assessed. Again, we have 40%, 40% of our students were at benchmarks going back the previous year. 8% achieved the benchmarks, and 4% had made up lost learning that exceeded what we'd expected. 28% made up lost learning and made more than a year's growth. But the bottom line here is that we had 60% of our students that weren't where we expected them to be. And that's in math. Comparison of fall 2019 to fall 22 assessment scores for reading shows a similar result, maybe as an effect of those 3 months of lost learning. 62% made less than expected growth, 31% made more than expected growth, and 3% made expected growth, whereas in the previous year, we had 91% of our students making growth. And so what it tells us is that 64% of our kids had not caught up in the area of math. So has there been lost learning due to COVID? Well, all I can say is we really don't know. There's a lot of factors in play with our students, the students that come to school for the first time at ISD and for the students that leave. We're not comparing the same group of kids from year to year. It may be possible to determine the effect of lost learning over the but one of the factors that plays strongly into this is that over the last 5 years, we've enrolled an increasing number of students whose language deficits we don't attribute to their deafness. but to other co-occurring disabilities. And in another factor is that in 2020, the average age of those 15 newly enrolled students was 13, and 85% of those students had delays of more than 2 years in their reading level. So recovery services has always been the business of ISD. We've had structures in place to address those learning needs of students in the areas of language and communication with their deficits. And before the pandemic, all students had 2 periods of face-to-face, had 2 periods of English and reading. More recently, students that weren't proficient in reading and math received daily intervention times. That's about an additional 50 minutes of instruction for those 2 areas in the curriculum. And we had enrichment activities that were provided for students who were proficient. However, with the possibility of learning gaps resulting from lost instruction time in 2020 and a significant drop in the number of students showing growth, we've re-examined how we're addressing those learning gaps that are presented by our students. And so one of those ways is by looking at how we're providing professional development for our teachers. And they're now this year involved in training that's provided through Green Hills AEA. It's supported by a special education personal development grant. The teachers are learning how to use the SDI framework, the specially designed instruction framework, to help them deliver intensified, specially designed instruction that more closely matches the learning needs of the students that they're serving in those areas of math and reading for those kids that have specific disabilities in those areas. And the framework includes learning how to use these diagnostic tools to determine if and when intensified instruction is needed, to select how to use high-impact alternative methods for instruction and strategies, and how to use formative assessment data for ongoing problem solving. And the expected outcomes are improved efficiency and effectiveness in the instruction that we do provide those students with the time that we do, that's allowed for that. Now I'll shift gears here a bit. ISBVI, we participate in the North Central Association of Schools for the Blind competitions in the areas that are listed there on the slide. And last year, with COVID, our students weren't able to travel. Most of the competitions are in one of the surrounding seven states. There's 8 states that are involved in this association. But we've got a bunch of students that are really excited about track, which is the first meet, and that follows the summer camp that was held at University of Northern Iowa. Camp Abilities. It has a focus on recreation and physical activity. So we've got before this first meet, they plan a practice session in September at UNI, and we've got a dozen high school students interested in participating, but we allow younger kids to come and participate too, so that they can get excited about the prospect of being able to be on one of the statewide teams that represents Iowa. And of course, we have ongoing concerns about COVID, and the athletic directors from each of the state schools that participate in the association are meeting to determine if and when we can hold meets. And if we can't, we may shift back to some of the substitutes that we used last year. As an example, so forensics, that was held virtually. And for track or swimming, they'll have individual time trials, and then they'll send those in to the association and still provide awards for the kids. Starting out the fall for ISBVI, we've got a new focus for our professional development with our faculty and consultants there. On September 23rd, they'll have their kickoff here in Ames, And this year, the focus is on cortical vision impairment. CVI, it's a condition that refers to the inability of the brain to process visual information provided by the ocular system. And it causes children to have difficulty using the visual inputs that they receive because there is some damage to a part of the brain that processes vision. And CVI was first recognized after World War I in veterans from the war, but it wasn't really even widely studied until the 90s. And that was because of the increased rate of survival among children born premature. So it's not a well-researched area, and it's an area that's not covered in any depth in teacher training programs that prepare teachers for the visually impaired. But knowing more about the condition is important because they estimate that 30% of children with vision impairment have characteristics of CVI. And throughout the year, the faculty getting into their teachers learning and collaborating groups will participate in training that's supported by resources and consultation with Perkins School for the Blind that's supported online training programs in this area for several years. Then on October 15th is National White Cane Day. Our extended learning program is going to help put together some opportunities for our students to get together in the communities. They invite oftentimes legislators or people from the community to join them in getting to experience what it's like to travel with a white cane and what they learn in their orientation mobility classes in their schools. Then the extended learning team is collaborating with Iowa State University's Stevens Auditorium and the Iowa Radio Reading Information Service to provide descriptive narration for Iowa's children who are who need descriptive narration or are blind or visually impaired. A trained narrator from the Radio Reading Information Service provides a live description during the performance, and students use headsets to hear the description that's being provided. And by cross-referencing the students in our data system with the school districts that have purchased tickets for the matinee performances, then we can reach out to the kids in those districts and let them know that a narrated description of the performance can be provided. And we've done this also in the past at Gallagher Blue Door and Performing Arts Center here at the University of Northern Iowa. The Braille Challenge is an annual national event that takes place in Los Angeles, and it's sponsored by the Braille Institute. The Department for the Blind actually hosts the Braille Challenge here in Iowa, but our teachers work with the students to prepare for the competitions throughout the school year. The competition's been held virtually the last couple of years. This spring, 2 ISBVI students advanced to the national finals, and the top students from the United States and Canada then are invited to the finalist competition. Again, it's held virtually this year instead of going to Los Angeles to do that, but we had 2 students, Contran, who's a second grader now from Fairfield, and Nathan Deeds, who's a sophomore from Williamsburg. They advanced to the finalist round, and Nathan won the charts and graphs category. This is the second year he's been the finalist that's won that category, and we can be really proud of our teachers that work with these kids instructing Braille, because in the last 5 years, 4 of those years, we have sent kids from Iowa to the national finals. And then I just want to finish with a bit of information about our appropriations request. This year, we're asking for an increase for the special schools appropriation of a total of $355,000. $250,000 of that for is for salaries and operating costs. It's the same request that we'd asked last year and was funded by the legislature. And then we've asked for an additional $125,000 to help make some adjustments to some pay inequities that we have with P&S employees. If you know much about the P&S system, and if you're offering a 1 or 2% increase in salaries, that pay band moves every year. And if it moves more than what you're offering in a salary increase, with all our new employees, they come at the entry level and they all kind of stay there, bunched up. And we want to be able to recognize people's time with the agency and their talents and move them toward midpoint on that pay band and then eventually to the maximum on that pay band. And this will help us to be able to do that. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Regent Lindenmeyer.
Steve, just a clarification on a term. You mentioned that 69% of the students didn't reach expected outcomes. What are expected outcomes? Is that grade level appropriate, or is it an assessment of where they are and a prediction of their growth, or what is that?
Right. Thank you for asking. What we're talking about here is that they're going to meet well, as I said, the map adjusts for where the student's performance is after enough questions. The program figures out where the kid is in the curriculum, and then they'll say, okay, well, he's a 5th grader, but he's really performing at the 3rd grade level. But if he can't answer the questions sufficiently at the 3rd grade level, they'll determine that he's not proficient. And so what we've got are 68% of the kids that, once we know where they are in the curriculum, they're still not proficient in the curriculum. And that's opposed to just giving a kid a test at the 5th grade level with 5th grade questions saying, well, he's not proficient. Well, we would know that. We would expect that before we even gave the assessment. So it gives enough questions, and it can give questions at a different point within the curriculum to help determine the two things. Where are they really functioning in that curriculum, and then do they have proficiency in the skill sets in that grade level?
Regent Barker.
Thanks. I was asking on really the same numbers. Just want to make sure that I understand that on reading, the pre-COVID number was 91 and post was 34, and those are comparable numbers.
Those are.
Okay.
And that's a different, like I said, with our strategic plan, we want all of our kids to show growth. And when we compared this last year to the previous year, where we were seeing kids showing growth, and didn't have to be just measurable growth, every year, we were I think in the area of math, where we were at about 90%, we had dropped down to, somewhere closer to 40% of those kids showing any growth at all.
We should interpret that as a pretty powerful illustration of the value of in-person instruction.
Regent Barker, we believe that.
Yeah.
We absolutely believe that. But we probably were surprised at the percentage of kids that didn't end up showing any growth at all, given the fact that we were out of school 3 months. So there may be other factors there that in play, being.
But that's the big difference between 19 and 20. Right?
Different cohorts being measured, and the grade level skills that those kids brought, or the skill where they were in the curriculum when they enrolled with us, and that large number of kids that come into us and then go out from our program services during any given school year.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Superintendent Gettel? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
At this time, I will recognize President Nook, who will join us by Zoom.
Good morning. I'm going to share my screen, so let's just a moment here. Can everyone see my slides now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. President Richards and members of the Board of Regents, colleagues from across the state, and members of the public, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today about the University of Northern Iowa and present a little bit about our budget request for state appropriation. I'll begin with talking about our FY23 state appropriation request. In our request, we're asking for a general operating revenue of $102 million. This is an increase of about $4 million in the operating revenue. And as an institution whose mission is to provide access to the students of the state of Iowa, and as an institution that has an enrollment that is 90% students from Iowa and only 10% of students from out of state, it's important that we provide access to those students and be able to do so at a price that makes obtaining a higher education possible for these students. The university has focused its programs on those academic programs that are in the highest need and the highest demand by employers and by students in the state. The $4 million will be used to improve quality, but more importantly, to improve access. With the $4 million increase that we are requesting, we make a commitment to hold our tuition flat and to be able to then provide a better level of access for the students across the state of Iowa. In looking at the economic development request, this is level funding. Our economic development funds are used in a couple of different areas. It supports the Institute for Decision Making, Metal Casting Center, Center for Business Growth and Innovation, Advanced Iowa and Family Business Programs, as well as the Regents Innovation Fund, which helps with economic development, in particular technology transfer, business incubation, additive manufacturing, and entrepreneurial outreach, as well as regional development and business retention. Finally, these funds support the Additive Manufacturing Center on our campus as well. The special purposes funds, we are asking for a $1.6 million increase to expand workforce initiatives. The funds that we currently have, over 6.3 million of those fund the Governor's STEM Advisory Council, and this is managed by the Iowa Mathematics and Science Education Partnership, and does outreach especially to K-12 schools to improve STEM education across our state. The new funds of 1.6 million for workforce development, it's really workforce development through four-year degree attainment. So help us support the work that the pilot project that we're doing with you and I at DMAC to help place-bound students across our state, but especially those in urban Des Moines, have access to a four-year education within our state, and in particular, a four-year public education. The partnership with DMAC is moving along. We've seen growth in the number of students. We'd use the 1.6 million, a small portion of that would be for staff support, but most of it would be to be able to provide funding and scholarships so that students who are currently in DMAC or have completed their Associate of Arts degree would move into the UNI at DMAC portion, the last 2 years of their baccalaureate degree, and be able to hold their costs level at the two-year college rate that they're used to paying. The intent is to remove as many hurdles, as many barriers as possible to helping these students get the education they need to move into the competitive, high-skilled workforce that's in demand in Des Moines and throughout central Iowa. And we'll talk a little bit more about what's happening with UNI at DMAC in a later slide. I want to look just a little bit at our enrollment. One of the things that we've looked at recently is exactly what is the makeup of UNI students. And as I mentioned before, about 90% of our students are from non-resident students, either international students or students coming to us from within the United States, but outside of Iowa. those domestic non-resident students represent about 6% of our student population. It's growing slowly. We took a look at what we're calling rural Iowa students and urban Iowa students. The definition that we have used here is to look at the zip codes from which students come, their home addresses, and call rural students those with coming from zip codes with populations less than 20,000, and urban students those students coming from populations with more than 20,000. We've had some interesting conversations with our provost who recently moved here from New York City about urban being greater than 20,000, but in the state of Iowa, it's a pretty good break on the size of many of our communities. What you see as we look at these different distinctions is that more than 50% of our students come from what we are defining as rural parts of our state with this definition. We have a real strong pull for those rural students here at the university, and we're trying to grow our pool of those urban students as well, and DMAC is part of that. But we want to continue to serve rural students, keep that number growing, the percentage of students who come from rural Iowa to the university as well. In our a little enrollment update this year, we have seen a 5% growth in our new freshmen to the campus, and this is the second year in a row now that we've had a growth in that freshman cohort, indicates that we should be growing our enrollment. We have seen a slight drop in our overall enrollment due to a couple things. One is some graduation of some larger classes, but more importantly, a significant decrease in our international student population that is expected given the challenges of COVID and the challenges of travel that exist right at this moment. As I mentioned earlier, we have started the first cohorts in the UNI at DMAC program, and this map displays the locations of the students who have enrolled in one of the various programs through UNI at DMAC. And there's no real difference between the blue flags on here and the red flags on here. But what you do see is that there really is a concentration in Des Moines, in and around the greater Des Moines area, Polk County. But there are also students who are significantly outside of the Des Moines metro that are engaged in this. Students in Iowa City and Sac City and Algona, really around the state, though it is concentrated in Des Moines. We found is that there are many of the DMAC students who have completed a degree through DMAC located around the state who are very, very interested in completing a four-year degree. And this is a perfect opportunity for them to engage in receiving that degree. All of them are place-bound. They don't have the opportunity to come to UNI or Iowa State or Iowa in many cases. And so this is providing an excellent way for them to have access to the four-year degree in a time frame that meets their needs and in a location that meets their needs. We're interested in watching how the UNI at DMAC program grows and using it as a pilot, and then thinking forward about implementing this as a way to reach other parts of our state through the community college network and system that we have in place. And the $1.6 million that we're requesting in special funds will help us support these students and help us grow this program as well. We have been looking at graduation rates. I think it's important for the people of the state to understand how we're investing their dollars and the return on those dollars. We talked a little bit about some of the investments. Here it shows some of the return on those dollars. Looked at 6-year graduation rates with our comparators. The institutions that you'll notice labeled along the bottom aren't necessarily UNI peers as defined in the Regents peer sample. But these institutions were selected through a computer algorithm at a place at the Education Trust, where what they do is to select a group of institutions. You put in your institution name, and they select a group of institutions that admit a similar academic profile of students. So it's a good representation of a way to compare how you do with the students that you get compared to other institutions. The only data that's available, the most recent data that's available is from 2017, unfortunately. We do know that our numbers have improved since then, but we aren't able to compare to others. But as we look at this data, what we find is that we're an extremely strong institution when it comes to six-year graduation rates. In fact, if you look down towards the end of this, the six-year graduation rates of the two lowest institutions are essentially equal to our current four-year graduation rates. Just a remarkable accomplishment. Our latest data on 3, 4, and 6-year graduation rates, our 4-year graduation rate has hit 45%. It's the highest it's ever been. Our 6-year graduation rate is now 69%, and we're starting to target moving past 70%. Our 3-year graduation rate is the highest it's ever been as well at 7%. These numbers are really off scale when you look at the student body that we're bringing in, the academic preparation and background compared to other institutions that are dealing with a similar type of student body. As you can see just from this chart, we really are one of the exceptional institutions in the United States. And I think this comes out in what we're seeing from the HLC report and our accreditation. They recognize the work that we're doing and how effective we are. The most recent rankings of U.S. News and World Report moved us up in the overall rankings among Midwest regional comprehensives, and we're still the number 2 ranked institution amongst public regional comprehensives in the Midwest. So just outstanding numbers for this institution. That really is a credit to our faculty and to our staff, their commitment to helping each student reach not just their educational goals, but their professional and personal life goals, finding ways to support students that on some of these other campuses might not be successful. So a real shout out to the faculty and staff and their commitment to helping these students face the challenges that are in front of them and reach their academic goals and continue on to reach their professional and personal life goals as well. Recently, we received news that we have received an extension of 2 of our important grants that support students before they come to universities and colleges. The University of Northern Iowa's Educational Talent Search Program received a $635,000 grant to continue its work assisting Waterloo students from disadvantaged backgrounds succeed in higher ed. The 5-year grants from the U.S. Department of Education and is a continuation of funding from the program that we received first in 1985. Each year, the program provides academic, career, and financial counseling to 1,200 low-income and first-generation Waterloo students and encourages them to graduate from high school and to continue on to complete their post-secondary education. In addition to these services, the program will also provide information about the importance of STEM and computer science, as well as the foundational skills and competencies needed for future career opportunities in this field. The Education Talent Search is also one of 3 TRIO programs funded by the U.S. Department of Education, offered by UNI through the Center for Urban Education, or UNIQ. In addition, UNI has received a 5-year extension for the Educational Opportunity Center. This program received $520,000 to continue its work. The program is twice as large as the other 2 EOC programs in the state. And I want to shout out, give congratulations to Robert Smith and his colleagues at the University of Northern Iowa Center for Urban Education. The length of time that we've had these grants and the quality of the output, what we've been able to do to reach students, not only in Waterloo, but across the state, but especially in the greater Cedar Valley area, is really remarkable. And it's due to the commitment of Robert and his colleagues at UNIQ, and just congratulations to them for their remarkable work and longevity in continuing to support the students of Iowa in this way. In closing, the University of Northern Iowa uses the funds that it receives from the state to really invest in the future of the state of Iowa by supporting students to reach their educational, professional, and personal life goals, by investing in the academic programs that match the current and future concerns and needs within our state, and by leveraging those dollars to bring in additional dollars from the federal government and private support. So UNI continues to push forward and to deliver a high quality education, to have remarkable outcomes in terms of graduation rates and placement rates in demand fields. We've aligned our curriculum so that almost the 10 most in-demand baccalaureate degrees are degrees that we offer. 9 of the 10 are degrees that we offer and are effectively moving students into those high-demand, high-need fields within our state. Thank you for your time this morning, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions for President Nook? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
At this time, I'd like to recognize President Wilson.
Good morning, President Richards, President Pro Tem Bates, and members of the board. Thank you very much for this opportunity to update you on our FY23 legislative funding request. To just start by letting you know that a lot has been happening in the last 3.5 weeks since we invited our students back for the fall semester. It's been busy, buzzing, with lots of energy. Abby's shaking her head yes, and it's true. I wanted to give you a little bit of sense of what our new class looks like, our class of 2025, which we welcomed at convocation earlier this semester. And it's a great group of students. We have the most academically prepared class in recent history. It includes, as you can see, 4,521 students. It's one of our largest classes in the last several years. 60% reside in Iowa, so they're coming to us as in-state students. And I'm really proud to say that our students represent 94 of the 99 counties in the state. So that's something we're very proud of as well. 19%, so almost 1 in 5, are first in family to go to college. And we are laser focused on supporting those first-gen students. And as I said, they hit the deck running. There's a lot of excitement. And I think to a student, and I've met with many student groups so far, they're all so grateful to be back on campus, back in face-to-face settings with appropriate cautions around COVID. We have been spending a lot of time thinking about this state request for FY23, and we are obviously very thankful to the state for its investment in the University of Iowa. Nearly 30% of our general education fund is comprised of state support. We couldn't do what we do without it. And we want to make sure that if we're asking for an increase, that it's really targeted toward the things that will help the state of Iowa. The request for this year is a modest increase that represents about $7 million, and we put those requests into 2 buckets. One bucket I would call investing in students, and we're really laser focused, as many of you know, in student success. So roughly $4 million of the increase will be targeted toward expanding the kinds of services and support that we need to help students. And we are laser focused on those kinds of metrics to support students, particularly students from Iowa, but really all of our students in enhancing and ensuring their support. The $4 million will be focused on, as you can see, expanding advising. We have a very exciting metric-driven system now where we're tracking students across the semester and across the year in terms of what they're doing, what they're engaged in, how often they visit various services, and we are responding to them in very personal ways when we know they need help so that we can increase our graduation and retention rates. And part of that is hiring more counselors, more advisors, and certainly hiring more mental health professionals. So we've talked a lot about mental health here. We talk about it every day at the University of Iowa. The goal is to create resiliency and well-being among our students, and we know that this will support their academic success. In addition to that, we're also looking at providing additional support for Iowa students who are seeking what we would call high-demand fields. This would include teaching, so additional support for students who want to pursue teaching, computer science, engineers, and various fields that we know the state of Iowa is desperate for in terms of workforce. So the $4 million is roughly divided into those categories. In addition, we're requesting a $3 million increase in what we call a category that will invest in the state of Iowa. And here we're really thinking about how can we help the state, how can we move the state forward on a variety of levels, both in terms of health and well-being, but also in terms of economic development. So you can see some of these resources will be used to enhance our support for Iowa floods, flood resistance, and we'll also be investing in our state hygienic lab, which I visited recently. It's an amazing place. We are doing newborn screening for every baby that's born in the state of Iowa to ensure the health and well-being of our new citizens in the state. And we're also very active on COVID testing, as many of you know. In addition to that, we would be adding support to family medicine training for individuals across the state and support our research park and economic development for the University of Iowa and for the larger state of Iowa. You've seen this graphic before, and I think it's really important to just underscore how much time and attention we spend on student success. And we really start thinking about student success the minute they sign on to become a new Hawkeye. So we're not waiting until they get there or until they start struggling. We really want to get at students and help them from the moment they commit to us. And that begins with orientation. We have a lot of programs around orientation and transitioning to the university. And then we want to immediately help students feel connected, enhance their sense of belonging. Then we move into the classroom. We want to make sure we know where students need support in all of their courses. Well-being, we've mentioned that. We have students who are food insecure, so we're really working on basic needs to help ensure that our students don't have to think about food and don't have to think about basic needs as they're trying to study and stay well. And then finally, at the end, we're also interested in helping students in pursuing success in their career, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So some of what we've done already, independent of state funding, is to look at how we can leverage our P3 funding to help students, and you were all very helpful in getting our P3 project off the ground around utilities. So I just thought I'd give you a quick update on what we're doing with regard to the P3 funding and how we're spending it. We started off in what we call year zero with a modest amount of funding from the P3, and we focused really on student retention and faculty research. We've created a number of introductory courses where we know there are log jams for students, students taking both science and math together, and what can we do to help them succeed? Because if they don't do well in one, they're not going to do well in the other. And how do we boost those courses in terms of providing sections, discussion sections, and tutoring around the courses that are roadblocks? We've also expanded what we call Iowa Rise, which is an exciting program that connects students to research and engagement opportunities. All the literature says that the more students are engaged in research and in other opportunities at the university, the more they're likely to succeed and pursue their studies. So we're using one-time resources from the P3 to pilot many of these programs and to enhance and determine which ones are effective so we can plow more resources into those programs. This year, in year one of the P3, we've launched a couple of other important programs, and you can see some of these here. Learning at Iowa is a very powerful learning program that we've used data analytics on to improve graduate classroom outcomes and keep students on path to graduate. We're, again, looking very carefully at what students who are Pell eligible need, what students who are first gen need. So these programs are targeted to particular categories of students that we know are coming in with different kinds of needs. In addition to that, experiential education for all undergraduates, and we are in the process of developing a course tailored for all second-year students. So it turns out a lot of times universities spend a great deal of attention on students in the first year, and then we forget about them in the second year. And second year is also a challenging time as they're beginning to pursue their majors and figure out maybe they need to change a major or maybe they need to move their interests to a different area. And so second year support is really critical for students as well. So we have a new course that we're tailoring that will apply to how do you take what you're learning in the classroom and begin to develop what you want to do in your future and apply it to real world contexts. Last but not least, we're using some of these year one investments in the P3 on expanding our space-based research. I hope you've had a chance to learn about our amazing space research at the University of Iowa. And part of what we're going to be doing is bringing very interdisciplinary teams together to think about space research for the future and to enhance our ability to attract even more NASA funding. So, for example, these teams are going to be looking at things like medicine in space and a variety of other topics that most of us don't think about, but we need to start thinking about in the future. I want to spend a minute reminding all of you about our U.S. News & World Report rankings. I hope that you paid attention and saw the good news there. Of course, we don't pander to the rankings. I want to be really clear about that. We're not spending hours and hours trying to think about how to increase our rankings, but we are thinking about the metrics that feed into the rankings because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do for our students and for their families. So the good news is all this attention, and I have to give our provost, Kevin Craigle, a lot of credit here. He and his team have been really focused on how do we think about some of these metrics that matter to our students and to our families around retention and graduation. The good news is this attention is paying off, and we moved up in the rankings this fall. We moved up one spot to 33 among the public universities and 5 spots to number 83 among the public and privates combined. And this is not easy to move these rankings because everybody's working on the same metrics that we are. So when we go up, we're of course very excited and happy about that. Most of the increase in our rankings are due to the first year retention improvements and the graduation rates, particularly of Pell eligible students. So that will continue to be a focus that we have, as well as paying attention to class size. So I'll show you some stats on that in a minute. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we're really excited, too, about the fact that we were recognized as a top 10 program in writing in the disciplines. This is a relatively important point of pride because we are the only public in this top 10. And if you take a look at the website, you'll see that the other universities in the top 10 include Harvard and Yale and Stanford and Columbia, and there's Iowa. So we're thrilled that we're being recognized for the incredible amount of energy and effort we're putting into helping our students think about writing skills and communication across the disciplines. We know that this will improve their success in the world, both as leaders and in terms of finding careers that matter to them. So top 10 in writing. I would also like to mention that we're really excited about the strong rating or ranking in our nursing program. So this was the first year that U.S. News & World Report decided to rank undergraduate programs in nursing, and we emerged in the top 10 in the country for that. I know the dean was here yesterday. I don't think she's here today, but Julie Zurich and her colleagues deserve a lot of credit for that. They're very excited, and I told her, watch out, because your enrollments are going to start going up now because of that ranking. So we're very excited about these rankings, and I thought for a minute I would just share with you some data about where we sit with regard to our peers. And so these are our peers that the board has identified that we should be paying attention to, and based on size and quality, all of these institutions have medical enterprises similar to ours, or in some cases some bigger, in some cases smaller, and roughly similar to us in terms of being big public Research One institutions, AAU institutions. And what you can see here is that we have to continue to think about what our success story is, because we have room to grow. We're not where we need to be and where we want to be. You can see here we're 83 among all of the publics and privates together, and you can see what some of our peers look like. One in particular where I just came from, for example, so my competitive juices come out occasionally on that one. But the good news is our retention rates have gone up, but you can see that they're quite high at some of our peers, and we need to be doing even more to get us over 90%. It won't be easy, but we are going to work very hard on that. In addition, we'll be continuing to work on, this is our 4-year graduation rate, not our 6-year graduation, because we believe we should be focusing on our 4-year graduation rate, although it's the 6-year one that gets reported most often. Again, we have room for improvement there, and particularly when we look at first in family to go to college, as well as students who are Pell eligible. But we have some good news here too, and I want to point out that classes with students with less than 20 students is a good thing, and we do quite well there. So you can see 52% of our classes are small in nature and afford students the ability to have engaged conversations and relationships with the faculty, and that's a good news story, as well as a small percent of very large classes, which again is another important facet for student success and for student learning. So we look quite good on that front. We're going to continue to make sure we don't get too big in terms of class size, but we're also going to continue to look at our retention and graduation rates. So what are we going to do in this regard? I've already mentioned this. We're going to be laser focused on first-year and second-year retention, increase our 4-year graduation rates. Haven't mentioned much about research and scholarship, but embedded in our request is efforts to produce more seed funding to bring teams together to look at critical social problems in society and in the state to enhance our research profile, and particularly on the student success, looking at where our gaps are largest. Pell eligible, as I said, first generation, and students from underrepresented minority groups. So that is the end of my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have about our budget request.
Are there any questions for President Wilson? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This time, I'd like to recognize Brad Berg, and while he's walking up here, I want to say that what we're going to, after Brad's done, we're going to take about a 15-minute break, and then after that, there was a miscommunication, and the students weren't able to speak yesterday, and so we will have, after the break, then we'll allow some of the people that wanted to speak yesterday will be able to speak. So, okay, go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. For your consideration today are the fiscal year 2023 operating and other appropriation requests. Since the requests are itemized in your docket and were addressed by the presidents in their remarks, I don't feel the need to summarize any further. So with that, I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Any questions? Okay. That was the shortest presentation.
I do my best.
My introduction was longer than that. Thank you. A motion and second are required to approve the operating appropriations request for fiscal year 2023 as outlined in the docket item, and to authorize actions by designated Regent staff to seek collaboration and partnerships between Regent institutions and other sectors of state government. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Regent
Second.
Dunkel, Second by Regent Butker. Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Dakovich?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Crow?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Butker?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Richards votes yes, the motion is approved.
Thank you.
We'll break for about, we'll break for exactly 15 minutes. We'll bring this meeting to order, please. Before, I do want to make a brief statement. We had a number of people that were scheduled for public comment yesterday that were not present when names were called. They have been given the opportunity to speak today. As a reminder, this is a time for the board to listen to comments from our constituents. Each presenter has 3 minutes, and when the name is called, they should come to the microphone. Now I'll turn the meeting over to Josh Lyman.
Before we begin with the in-person, we have 2 recorded video comments from folks that were here last night that could not be here today. So we'll play those 2 first.
has already been impacted, deeply impacted by the climate crisis, and this is just the beginning. In February of 2017, I was living in Chicago, watching a Bulls game on TV when it got interrupted by a live news update. To my surprise, the camera was on my old high school friend, sitting in a police car. It was all dark behind him, his face was terrified. And it's because my hometown had just been ravaged by an F3 tornado. And he was out there looking in the rubble for survivors. Being hours away physically, I immediately tried to call my family and check in, but I obviously couldn't reach them because the power was out. So I had to just sit there and wait and hope that they were okay. And I'll never forget that feeling of helplessness, or the bewildered face of the mayor on live TV, stunned that a violent tornado could hit in the middle of winter and level most of a town. So I moved to Iowa in 2019, and the derecho last summer made me feel the same way. And it really sealed into me that this is our reality now. And it angers me that people in power do nothing and actively make it worse by doubling down on the harm and burning more fossil fuels. Right. $16 million for new fossil fuel infrastructure to stranglehold the university's energy system to natural gas is not only financially reckless, it's a death sentence for millions of people around the world. We've known for over 3 decades that humans are causing global warming, primarily from burning fossil fuels. So how much longer are we going to wait? There's no time left. Wind and solar are the cheapest forms of energy, and they pay dividends. This past winter, natural gas wells froze in the polar vortex, and that caused widespread outages in Texas. They killed over 100 people, and it made prices skyrocket even here in Iowa. We had the biggest rate increase in years. So why would you waste our money investing into this unreliable and destructive system right now? We demand that you invest $16 million into renewables and into a plan to get ISU to 100% carbon-free energy by 2030, because the planet and our lives are on the brink. Thank you.
Cheyenne Minnis. Olivia Garcia will go first.
Hi everyone, my name is Olivia Garcia. I'm a sophomore at Iowa State and a member of the Climate Reality Campus Corps at ISU. I'm concerned about the ways ISU contributes to the climate crisis, and you should be too. Evidence of the climate crisis is all around us and will continue to worsen unless we act quickly. I'm sure you can all recall the derecho that the Ames and many other communities in Iowa experienced last August. Businesses, homes, and over 20% of Iowa's total farmland were damaged or destroyed in the process. 4 humans lost their lives from this devastating storm. And on top of all of that, the severe storm racked up over $7.5 billion in damages. The polar vortices experienced in Iowa in 2019 and 2020 brought sub-zero temperatures for multiple days in a row that made it unsafe for Iowans to leave their homes because going outside could prove to be fatal. These events also caused fossil fuel prices like natural gas to skyrocket by nearly 50 times. These events we are experiencing are not normal, but they are here, they are real, and they will continue to increase in frequency and intensity if you insist on continuing on this business as usual path. These unusual events are a direct consequence of human activity within the environment, making it our responsibility as humans to do better. The IPCC recently called a code red for humanity. It stated that a 50% reduction in the world's emissions is the bare minimum to ensure our future is a livable one. That does not mean that each sector should achieve that level of reduction because of processes like making concrete that are inherently difficult to make carbon neutral. Therefore, we must take the initiative to reduce emissions in fields dramatically where we can change, like our power infrastructure. While Iowa State currently has plans to reduce its emissions by 35 to 50%, that does not account for the world's overall emissions. Iowa State has had more than enough time for stepping stone solutions, such as transitioning to fracked gas, but it is too late for those now due to your past inaction. We need to act immediately. Iowa State University has a responsibility to be at the forefront of climate crisis mitigation and rise to be the innovative university it claims to be. We must stop the boiler transition and be bold enough to immediately transition to the 100% clean energy that we desperately need. Events like the ones I've mentioned will become our new normal if we fail to act urgently. After several meetings with ISU administration, it is clear that the university is more than prepared to wait another 10 years before implementing clean energy, which will be too little too late. Iowa State University has the resources and responsibility to make this change, therefore they must do it urgently. They need to do better for their students, their community, and our future. They can do this, but they must act now. Will you rise to the occasion and enact bold, urgent climate action by making the right choice and investing in our future? Or will you continue to escalate this crisis that faces us all? The choice is entirely in your hands. Thank you.
Abby Mosier.
Hello, my name is Abigail Moser, and I'm a student here at Iowa State, and I'm an employee at the National Renewable Energy Lab under the Department of Energy. And I'm asking that Iowa State be held accountable for holding an unbiased and fair energy assessment of the boiler transition and be held accountable for its carbon emissions. The reality is that this isn't politics, this is math. And that's scary, because that's very definite. Humanity is 8 years until we've surpassed 1.5 Celsius. We are there, and as far as I'm concerned, we are on that path, and we are not going to stop. So now our job is damage control. Iowa State at an institutional level is responsible for its carbon emissions, asking students things to like plug in your phones less or do this. Even if every human being on the planet were to reduce their carbon emissions, that would only take care of maybe 30%, and that's 7 billion people. Whereas industry continues to contribute to that 70% of emissions. Natural gas prices are not viable. 90% of the projects that are natural gas infrastructure that are commissioned between 2020 and 2030, 90% of them will be stranded assets by the end of the decade. Solar, wind, and battery power are very quickly outpacing and is the fastest growing industry currently in the market. We're asking that you hold a fair energy assessment to be able to look at how Iowa State can greatly benefit from implementing renewable energy systems. In studies done from the Rocky Mountain Institute and Stanford University, implementing renewables in tandem with natural gas boilers can reduce the cost of energy by up to 60%. Right now, what we're doing is we're putting all of our eggs in one basket. As businessmen and women, you cannot tell me that putting your eggs all in one basket is a good idea. Iowa State energy facilities cannot handle the current load. We are being forced to turn on our boilers to do damage control for when natural gas prices skyrocket. Because that's an external source, we need to become independent. Making an investment now is an investment for the future. Deciding to do nothing now digs yourself into a hole that you will continue to be getting yourself out of. It is important that we act now. There are many reasons not to do things. Being uncomfortable is part of change, and it's time that we have to be uncomfortable. There are so many resources out there, and we have to be considering every single one of those. Thank you.
Hector Arbuckle.
Hello. Climate change is an urgent and existential threat to humanity. Unfortunately, here at Iowa State, we have not yet placed enough attention on this issue. As we've met with Iowa State University utilities over the past years, we've seen that they have not fully analyzed the clean energy opportunities that are open to us. We have no concrete monetary studies of possible clean energy transitions, and we haven't made any in-depth outlines of what clean energy at Iowa State could look like. Furthermore, we are still not creatively using the resources that are available to us. Here at Iowa State, we have the foremost experts in fields across the spectrum of energy science. We have potent connections with private industry that we've cultivated over years. We can embrace these resources and be unstoppable. That's why we're calling for a third-party clean energy analysis. With that analysis, we can find out where our opportunities are, where our gaps are, and what we need to do, then work with the people here who do it to figure it out. We can be a leader among universities with an innovative way of utilizing faculty and connections to create rapid change and to achieve a green future. Throughout history, we have learned that seemingly intractable problems can be solved when proper emphasis is placed on them. With COVID, with your leadership, we completely transformed the way our university functioned. We figured out rapid testing, we made changes to our ventilation system, we made massive changes to our classroom setup, all in the face of major financial difficulties. But we made it work. We were successful, and we did so because we acted urgently. We utilized all the resources at our disposal. All institutional levers were focused on this problem. We didn't just have some committees meeting sometimes. We treated it with the urgency that it needed. Climate change, the greatest crisis of our generation, is just the same. We know that there are challenges ahead. Decarbonization of district heating is a major challenge facing large institutions all across the country and around the world. So imagine if Iowa State University can lead the way in developing large-scale solutions and implementing them, not just here, but across the country. None of this will be easy or convenient, but it is necessary, and that is why it must be done. Thank you.
Cheyenne Minnis.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne Minnis. I'm a junior in mechanical engineering, and I'm the president of Climate Reality Campus Corps, and I'm concerned with ISU's current infrastructure change. But first, I am extremely disappointed in the way that the board conducted themselves during yesterday's public comment session in regards to them changing the time and intentionally failing to alert us, using the communication channels that you established and we respected to inform the people that were scheduled to speak. This is extremely unprofessional and inconsiderate behavior that would not be allowed in other professional settings, and just because we are students does not mean that you can treat us with any less courtesy. I do not take lightly my members' effort and time being blatantly disregarded. They spent days preparing to present their very important thoughts to you, missed classes that they pay thousands to attend, and missed work. There's no excuse for a failure in communication, as you call it, but we will recognize it for what it was, an intentional tactic to avoid us and the movement. That tactic will not work. We will not stop until you enact urgent and bold action that this crisis demands and our future deserves. Fool us once, shame on you. But I'm here to tell you that there will not be a second time. To that point, your current decision to transition the coal boilers in the power plant on campus to fracked gas is a poor one. It's synonymous to me saying, well, F's are a bad grade, but D's are slightly better, so that's all that I will strive for. And while it's true that D's are better, it's still a failing grade, just like how fracked gas still fails our future. This is not a bold solution, but a Band-Aid solution. Is striving for the bare minimum what you do here at Iowa State? That's not my Iowa State. I applied to a leading school in science and technology because I want to be a part of progression and I want to be a leader and an innovator. Excuse me. What I see before me is a university that instead perpetuates the harm and that is happening to our planet and to the invaluable people that inhabit it. I thought we were better than this. You all have to step up and set an example for your students. Leaders do not concern themselves with the actions that their peers are taking or stand by while other discoveries are being made. Leaders are decisive and bold, trudging through uncertainty, blazing the path that others might follow. You must act as leaders in the mitigation of the climate crisis, which starts with stopping the boiler transition and investing in 100% clean energy. The longer you wait, the less opportunity we have to innovate. So tell me, is our saying and our slogan at Iowa State, innovate at Iowa State, or is it sit and wait at Iowa State? Thank you.
Maggie Parks. That's the final registered presenter, President Richards.
We thank all the presenters. Now, I'd like to introduce Provost Wickert, who will introduce our guest speaker.
Thank you very much, President Richards. It gives me great pleasure to introduce one of Iowa State's most talented faculty members, Dr. Lisa Schulte Moore. Lisa is a professor in our Department of Natural Resources, Ecology, and Management, which is part of our College of Agriculture and Life Sciences. She's also a very active researcher, as you will see from her biography in the docket. Lisa serves as principal investigator of the Landscape Ecology and Ecosystem Management Lab, and she's also associate director of our Bioeconomy Institute, which drives innovation across the value chain for bio-based products. Lisa also leads the Consortium for Cultivating Human and Naturally Regenerative Enterprises, or SeaChange, to build science-based partnerships, and she'll be explaining this in her presentation this morning. And I would just add in closing that as soon as Lisa is done here at the Board of Regents meeting, she will be heading down to Des Moines, where she serves the state of Iowa as a member of the Governor's Carbon Sequestration Task Force Agricultural Work Group. Lisa?
Thank you, Provost Wickert, President Wintersteen, President Richards, and the whole board. It's a real honor to be able to present some of this work to you here today. Let's see, my slides aren't quite up yet. Is there, still working on it? Oh, I'll proceed. So I've been at Iowa State for 18 years now, and I can't say enough great things about the opportunities I've had here to do really creative work and innovate with students and faculty and staff. It's been really phenomenal, and especially about 3 years ago, my team and I received a Presidential Interdisciplinary Research Initiative Award from Iowa State University, really allowing us to take our work from the level we were at and bring it up a level or even 10. It's been really fantastic to have that opportunity to collaborate across campus and beyond with a core team of 11 faculty members. And what we do in SeaChange is we work collaboratively towards science-based solutions to feeding and fueling our world while protecting rural and natural assets. We help ISU innovate in all three mission areas, so research, education, and extension. And we bring international recognition to Iowa science, technology, production, and conservation. And finally, we cultivate emerging leaders. More specifically, we have 4 key areas that we're researching. One, it takes leadership and engagement. We foster diverse participation and partnerships to create new value associated with Iowa agriculture. Smart technology. Technologies to improve the productivity, the profitability, and stewardship for Iowa farmers and landowners and businesses. Coupled systems that integrate food, energy, water, and natural systems to improve efficiency and also create new products and services. And then also socioeconomic innovation, advancing the investment in long-term care of our rural and natural resources. And it's all done through teamwork, a really interdisciplinary teamwork. I work across 6 different colleges at Iowa State University and 17 different departments. And so even though I get to be here in front of you today and have this honor, realize that it's a big team of folks that are working together, and that's what it takes. It takes interdisciplinary teamwork to solve the big research challenges that Iowa State and the other Regents universities are working toward. I'm going to do a little bit of a deep dive now on one of those projects, which is the STRIPS project, Science-Based Trials of Row Crops integrated with prairie strips. And we're researching what you see here in this picture from a farm up in Bremer County, Iowa. We're using Iowa's native ecosystem, prairie, to try to improve upon our currently incredibly productive corn and soybean agriculture, our dominant ecosystem today. So corn and soybeans are amazing crops, fueling the base of our economy. But we know that Iowans are demanding more from our agricultural working landscapes. And why not pair our native ecosystem prairie that's a perennial cover, has deep roots, stiff stems, it's diverse and native species to provide that full suite of benefits that Iowans want from our agriculture. In 2007, we started researching this idea, establishing experimental plots, and looking at what the impacts have been. So we've looked at crop yield and profitability associated with these experimental designs, vertebrate wildlife abundance and diversity. We've looked at water quality and quantity impacts, soil health and carbon dynamics, looked at pollinators and monarch butterfly populations, and also societal willingness to pay, recognizing that farmers and farmland owners themselves can't bear all the costs, as well as other research areas. I'm gonna share just a few of our highlights from this more than a decade of research. We found that by adding 10% prairie to corn and soybean fields, that we can reduce the amount of water leaving those fields through runoff by 37%. So basically more of the water is trickling down through the soil, being taken up by the plants and transpired back to the atmosphere. And that results in all sorts of other benefits. So for example, we can keep 95% of the soil in that crop field where it can fuel that crop growth. So farmers don't have to worry about losing that natural asset that is so fundamental to their farms. They can keep it on their farms. And then also we've showed that we can reduce the amount of phosphorus and nitrogen being lost from those fields, so that fertilizer that farmers pay for, we can keep it up in that field. 77% more phosphorus in the field, reduce the nitrogen loss by 70%. And of course, that helps clean up Iowa's waterways. We see a 75% reduction in the nitrous oxide emissions from fields that have prairie strips, so removing the problems associated with a potent greenhouse gas. And in terms of habitat, we've shown that we can triple the pollinator and double the bird abundance. What does this mean for farmers? The impact on their bottom line is proportionate to the crop land being taken out of production. We've shown that we don't create any new weed problems for them on their farms. And if they're interested in conservation, it's about an order of magnitude cheaper than putting in terraces, and they're comparable in terms of cost to cover crops. We've also shown that Iowans, by and large, are willing to pay for the kind of benefits that prairie strips provide. Essential to achieving these results has been working with Iowa farmers and farmland owners, really innovative farmers like Seth Watkins down in southwest Iowa, Clarinda, or farmland owners like Larry and Elizabeth Stone, which you see in this picture. They've been willing to go out on a limb and try prairie strips on their farm. They talk about how prairie strips help them achieve their values from their working farms. And starting with a few innovative landowners, we've been able to then start working all across Iowa and throughout the Midwest. This hasn't been possible without other kinds of partnerships as well, including with the other Regents universities. So University of Iowa and Northern Iowa have partnerships with organizations at all of these institutions, as well as funders in the federal area, as well as private philanthropic funders, working with agricultural businesses and farmer organizations, environmental organizations, as well as other universities. And we're making a really big difference. So for example, in 2018, prairie strips were for the first time listed in the US Farm Bill. So now we can increase the conservation benefit associated with a US Farm Bill program that has about a $2 billion expenditure. That was a result of my science and extension and education team. Also, we see that farmer perspectives are changing. These are data from the Iowa Farm and Rural Life poll that show that compared to when we first started, a practice that no one had ever heard of, now over 50% of farmers have heard of prairie strips, and 20% say that they're willing to put them on their farms. Huge, substantial difference in a really short period of time. So work that started, an idea that started here on the Iowa State University campus is now expanded across farms in the Midwest through our partnerships, and then with the change in the Farm Bill legislation across all the Midwestern states and beyond. We now have about 13,000 acres of prairie strips on 113,000 acres of farmland across 12 different U.S. states, and it's expanding. We know, however, that not all farmers want to engage in the Conservation Reserve Program. I get that. Many farmers and others in rural areas are looking for market-based solutions to encourage rural economies. And so that's really the center of my work at the Bioeconomy Institute. And this is just a brainstorm graphic. What could Prairie do in terms of helping to foster our rural communities in terms of the economy of those and new business and entrepreneurialism in those rural communities? And this is just an idea graphic, and we're starting to explore these through research. One of these projects is called the Grass to Gas Project, in which we're advancing a new agricultural value chain based on the production of renewable natural gas, which is the fastest growing area of the bioeconomy right now, through the anaerobic digestion of herbaceous feedstocks, so prairie strips, but also harvested winter cover crops, and combining that with manure. And working with partner institutions, so our researchers, education, and extension professionals here at Iowa State are working with their counterparts at Penn State University, as well as to industries and scientists at the USDA-ARS to study this potential value chain. And last year we were awarded a $10 million grant by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, National Institute for Food and Agriculture. Once again, partnerships with farmers is crucial. And here you see a farm out in eastern Iowa, Brian Sievers and his family, which are actually working very closely with us to create this value chain and innovate and explore on their farm. This knowledge can then be integrated into potential policy. As Provost Wickert mentioned, I'm sitting on the agricultural work group associated with Governor Reynolds' Carbon Sequestration Task Force. And I'm also leading a science team. I call them the lean, esteemed science team that is assisting the task force in terms of bringing the most up-to-date science in this area to help improve their decision-making. So whether you look at success in terms of the number of investigators whose careers have advanced, or the number of students trained, the amount of funding that we've brought in, or new knowledge that's been published in publications, great press that we've brought to Iowa, scientists from across the world that we've impacted and trained, we have all of them. And it's been a really exciting opportunity to work in teams to try to achieve those outcomes. And so I do also want to end where I started, which is on teamwork. Have to give a shout out to students in my lab and collaborators on the strips and the sea change teams. Couldn't do it without them. And there's an African saying that says, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. And I truly embrace that. And what the Regents institutions do for Iowa is we go far together. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the, yes, Abby?
Hi, Dr. Moore. Thank you for speaking with us today, and congratulations to you and your team on this just amazing research.
Thank you.
I was wondering, is there any required upkeep or maintenance on these prairie strips after farmers implement them?
Yes, there is. Prairie is definitely a managed system, and we've worked with farmers as well as extension agents to come up with protocol to help farmers ease that transition. There's also opportunities, especially with landowners that may be absentee and wanting to implement prairie strips on their farms. There's new businesses that are sprouting up that can help those landowners and landowners manage the prairie strips if the farmer just really wants to focus on the crop production. Great question, thank you.
Regent Rouse.
Kind of going off of that, how do farmers decide where to put them? Or, as you know, the landscape of Iowa is very different. So, I mean, I grew up close to the Les Hills, and that's very different from the very flat land in Palo Alto County. Is there, one landscape that would benefit more than another?
Yeah, we have it's partly science and partly art. And we've discovered that over time, working very closely with farmers, we have models that can help predict where the best spots to put the prairie strips are. But then it's always a kind of a go-between with the farmer to really help understand, okay, how they're moving their equipment in the field, and we want to make the prairie strips fit seamlessly in with their operation. In terms of where in Iowa, we've actually developed a map that shows where prairie strips can provide the most benefit. And certainly along that western boundary, like you said, in the Luss Hills and across the southern part of the state is where, you know, we think they would have the most benefit, specifically from the standpoint of helping to conserve Iowa's precious soils. Up on the Des Moines lobe, however, we do know that they also can provide quite a lot of benefit in terms of just providing habitat. Yep.
Regent Barker.
So just to clear that grass to gas, that's actually harvesting the prairie strips then and using that to produce the gas, is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and so people have been looking at this idea of turning grassy material into fuel for a really long time. In the 2007, there was a big push by the federal government in cellulosic ethanol, for example, but that's just a really hard way to try to get energy out of grassy material. And so where we're using a different platform with the anaerobic digestion, it's a much more flexible platform.
And you said the 93%, I think, reduction in soil erosion?
95% reduction.
And that's for the whole farm, not just for the prairie strips, right?
Right,
Okay.
right, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's very impactful.
Thank you.
Yeah, and certainly for farmers, that's the statistic that has caught their attention the most. Certainly if you farm, you want to keep your soil in place.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions?
Well, thank you again for the opportunity
Thank
and
you.
for the questions. It's great.
Now, if the rest of the regents agree, I think we could do the sexual harassment training, then break briefly, but maybe during our closed session, we could bring our food here and eat, if that's okay with everybody. At this point, I'd like to introduce Amy Cleese, who is our in-house counsel, who will introduce the trainers.
Thank you, President Richards. I'm pleased to introduce Brett Lohefner and Andrea Little, who have been invited to provide sexual harassment and discrimination prevention training to the board and board office staff. Brett is the Associate University Counsel for Iowa State University, and Andrea is the Associate Director for Human Resources. So go ahead.
All right. Thank you for having us. Today we are going to present on annual discrimination harassment prevention training. All right, today we'll focus on 4 main areas of discrimination harassment. So first we will define what discrimination harassment is. We will know what federal and state law and relevant policies say about discrimination harassment. Once we have identified it, being able to explore how to properly respond to concerns about discrimination harassment. And lastly, getting understanding around our responsibilities to prevent and respond to it. What resources are available to you? It's really important to be attuned as to how discrimination impacts our environments and the personal impacts that it has. In the workplace, if people are feeling discriminated against, they won't want to come to work. It will result in absenteeism. It will result in decreased morale, decreased productivity. In turn, that decreases the commitment that an employee has to the organization. That can also lead to turnover and significant reputational harm. Personally, it has significant quality of life issues and impacts, mental and physical health impacts. Quality of life impacts can lead to isolation, loss of self-confidence, and decreased wages.
wanted to provide a quick overview of the primary federal law that applies to anti-discrimination and anti-harassment. First up is Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. It's the primary federal law that prohibits discrimination and harassment in employment, and that's based on protected classes identified as race, color, national origin, religion, and sex. Also, importantly, it prohibits retaliation, which when somebody engages in what the law identifies as protected activity, they're protected from any sort of adverse consequences because of that engagement in protected activity. Also applicable is the Age Discrimination and Employment Act, which protects people 40 years of age or older. It's also important to note that Iowa law correspondingly protects based on age, and it doesn't have that 40 age cutoff. It protects all ages, so age should not be a factor in any employment decisions. The Americans with Disabilities Act also applies. It's the primary federal law that deals with anti-discrimination and harassment based on disability, and it also includes important provisions about providing reasonable accommodations. So individuals with a qualifying disability can go through a process and seek reasonable accommodations to assist in completing their essential functions. In addition, Title IX is our primary federal law that deals with sex and gender discrimination in the education realm, and so it prohibits those kind of practices that impact someone's education or someone's access to education. Title VI is the corresponding law that prohibits discrimination and harassment within the education realm based on race, color, and national origin. And then the Veterans Rehabilitation or Readjustment Act prohibits discrimination based on veteran status or disability based on veteran status. So I know it's a very quick and overview of many federal laws that apply. Luckily, what we have is in university and Board of Regent policy and recognized in Iowa law under the Iowa Civil Rights Act, much of that is synthesized into kind of a comprehensive anti-discrimination and anti-harassment law. And that can be found in the Iowa Civil Rights Act, Chapter 216, and then applicable Board of Regent and university policy. So broadly speaking, prohibited discrimination includes any adverse treatment based on actual or perceived protected status that would unreasonably interfere with employment or education opportunity. And then prohibited harassment would be any unwelcome conduct based on actual or perceived protected status that is sufficiently severe and or pervasive to unreasonably interfere with education or employment. And when we talked about the various federal laws, we talked about many protected statuses that kind of apply to various laws, but really what the policy synthesizes is that any discrimination or any harassment that's based on protected status is prohibited. And then Iowa law and applicable policy lists all of those protected statuses. And those are age, color, creed, gender identity, disability, national origin, race, religion, sex, and sexual orientation. And additionally, retaliation is prohibited by applicable policy.
So there are many aspects of employment where discrimination is prohibited based on applicable law and policy. That includes recruiting, hiring, promoting, transferring, disciplining, assigning work, providing benefits, and discharging or terminating employees. It also applies similarly to education with regard to grading, discipline, and participation. There are basically three categories of prohibited sexual harassment in federal regulation. So quid pro quo, which is essentially if you do this for me, I will do that, and we will go into more description of that in a bit. Severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive sexual harassment. It could be one of those, or it could be all three. And again, we'll go into a bit more detail. And then we also have a federal domestic violence statute, which is Violence Against Women Act, which includes crimes of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking.
As Andrea said, the specific definitions for sexual harassment in Title VII and Title IX give these kind of specific examples of what's prohibited. And quid pro quo, or loose translation, is this for that, where a person in apparent authority demands participation or some sort of sexual behavior or sexual conduct in return for a benefit or to avoid detriment. And that could be in the employment realm or the education realm. And then hostile work environment, which we've already discussed and examined. But again, it's unwelcome sexually offensive conduct that is sufficiently severe and or pervasive. We'll examine what that kind of means in more detail in the next slides. That creates an intimidating or demeaning work environment. And all of that is also codified in Iowa law. So some examples. So for quid pro quo, the example here is a supervisor tells an employee that they will not get a raise this year unless they agree to go on a date with the supervisor. And we could also see that in the education realm with like a faculty member or somebody who's supervising a student, and that would be similarly prohibited. In a hostile environment, this example kind of focuses on the education realm, where a student could create a hostile environment for another student. In this example, we have student A repeatedly making lewd comments and jokes to student B at the beginning of each class session. And student B tells A to stop. They don't want to hear these comments, but A persists, and eventually this causes student B to stop going to class and avoiding A and impacting their educational environment.
With regard to Board of Regents policy, we really look at two things. We have the Board of Regents Employee Handbook and the Board of Regents Policy Manual. As we cover these, you'll notice there's common threads of language that we've just described. So with policy number 8 regarding office conduct and decorum, you'll see the language unwelcome plus severe or pervasive and objectively offensive and substantially interfering. And this also covers non-targeted conduct. With regard to policy number 13 in the handbook, it covers the Iowa Code definition of sexual harassment. In the board policy manual, it incorporates U.S. Department of Education, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, Iowa Civil Rights Commission, and Iowa Code language. And that also includes hostile environment and unreasonable interference with employment or education. It's important to understand what harassing conduct may be. It can be a number of things, to include verbal, physical, or nonverbal. Verbal conduct could include offensive language, threats, and name calling. Physical conduct could include unwanted touching or asking to be touched. And nonverbal conduct could include offensive gestures, images, emails, or intimidating conduct. Harassment is impermissible no matter who commits it. So this could include anyone from supervisors to coworkers. It could include customers. It could include visitors to the Board of Regents institutions or students. Once we have sufficient notice of harassment, it is our responsibility to take reasonable steps to address the situation and also take steps to prevent it from happening again.
So as we've discussed, one of the key factors in assessing harassment is severe and pervasive. And the most important thing to remember is that this is something that subject matter experts who you make the notification to, who you report, if you receive notice that you report this to, they can do this assessment. But the most important thing to remember is that depending on the law, it's severe and pervasive or severe or pervasive. But again, a single incident of harassment can be sufficiently severe to trigger the law. So it's important that you not feel you need to do the investigation, or you don't need to do an additional review. If you receive notice of a concern or if you witness something, that should be the trigger that has you report that to the appropriate authorities, the appropriate human resources or internal person to actually do the investigation. And this slide kind of summarizes what those key requirements are. So as we've discussed, there's various types of discrimination, various types of harassment, and then a list of the protected classes. If you receive notice of that, or if you witness it yourself, or if someone reports it to you, that triggers your obligation to report that to the appropriate authorities. And the report, what to report, it's basically what you learn, as much of the information that you learn that you can remember and to tell to the appropriate authorities. It doesn't entail your obligation to do more investigations. You don't need to follow, you don't have to ask follow-up questions, but everything you know should be conveyed. And for Board of Regent policy, those reports can be made to the executive director, they can be made to board counsel, or they can be made to the director of the Department of Administrative Services. So if you receive that kind of notice, that's the appropriate place to make that report. And so the importance of reporting, it's really twofold. First, of course, is that when somebody has experienced that or potentially experienced that, that unwanted behavior, it's important that they know what resources and what services are available to them. So that's one extremely important reason to report. And the second one is something that Andrea touched on earlier, and that's to make sure the university responds appropriately. So, you know, if the university doesn't know about an incident of harassment or discrimination, then that, you know, kind of prevents us from responding appropriately. But once we're on notice, once we've received a complaint or a person in a position of authority sees that, they have a responsibility to report that to make sure the right office addresses it in an appropriate way.
All right, well, we're going to walk through a couple different scenarios before we close the presentation. So the first scenario is you are a supervisor, your employee tells you that they have been sexually harassed by a colleague. The situation they describe doesn't sound like sexual harassment to you. It seems like the employee is too sensitive and making more out of the situation than what it really is.
So I think the most important thing about this scenario is to remind everyone that it's not your responsibility to assess or to further investigate or to prejudge. There might be various reasons why that person didn't share the whole story, or there might be additional information. And so while that scenario might not technically violate the law, it's still something that needs to be reported. It's still something that needs to be potentially investigated and more information gathered. So, and again, that's the responsibility of the appropriate subject matter experts. So it's still important to respond, even if it might not technically meet the legal requirements.
Okay, in scenario two, your administrative assistant tells you that they've been having problems with the individual who has been delivering packages to your office. The delivery person has been repeatedly asking them out on dates and frequently touches their hand, shoulder, and side. And
I think the key element of this scenario is to remember that, you know, you might hear this kind of situation and be like, well, that's very unfortunate, that's horrible, it's happening, but that's not our employee. We don't control that third person, that visitor. But while that is true to a certain extent, we do control the either the education environment or the work environment. And so we do have a duty to respond. And even though we might not control fully that third party's employment, we can institute appropriate remedial measures, perhaps have somebody else receive the packages or have more people present when those packages or that third person when that third person arrives. Or we have had situations where we've contacted that third party and expressed that concern, and we've been able to address situations through those means as well. As a kind of a recap for the key responsibilities, I think it's important that, you know, as administrators, we set an example of appropriate conduct. We communicate and we're aware of applicable policy and procedures. We had an overview of kind of the key laws and provisions, so it's important that we recognize potential violations of the harassment and discrimination policy. It's also, I think, very important to convey that this isn't an individual. It's not just the person who may experience this problem. It's really a community problem. It impacts all of us. As Andrea summarized early, you know, discrimination and harassment in the education environment or work environment, it can impact the whole environment, not just the people who are directly impacted. Next bullet, always take these situations seriously. Again, from the scenario, what might at first not seem that serious, there might actually be a lot more to it or more details once like an investigation or once additional information comes in. And then finally, it's always important to remember to prohibit retaliation and make sure that everyone's aware of those prohibitions on retaliation to make sure we're not discouraging people coming forward and making complaints and helping us root out these issues.
All right. And lastly, we just have a couple different harassment resources. There's some websites listed here for the Iowa Civil Rights Commission, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and then, of course, the university equal opportunity offices have a number of resources on our websites.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We are going to do the motion to go into closed session, and then we will break for 10 to 15 minutes for just enough time to get our food and come back, and then we'll be in closed session when we return. The board has necessity to meet in closed session for the following reasons. In accordance with Iowa Code Sections 21.5.1.A and E, to review confidential student records in the matter of a student appeal. These records are authorized or required to be maintained as confidential in accordance with Iowa Code Section 22.7.1 and the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. In accordance with Iowa Code Section 21.5.1.c, to discuss strategy with counsel in matters that are presently in litigation or where litigation is imminent and premature disclosure would likely prejudice or disadvantage the position of the board. At the conclusion of the closed session, the board will reconvene in open session. Is there a motion that the board enter into closed session?
I so move.
Regent Bates, seconded by Regent Dunkel. Any discussion? Regent, we'll have a roll call vote. Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Crow?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Regent Dakovich?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Butker?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes. Sorry.
Regent Butker?
Yes.
Sorry. Echoing a little bit. Regent Richards votes yes, the motion is approved.
I voted yes also.
You voted yes also. Okay, thank you. Regent Lindenmeyer voted yes. The motion is approved. We will now break for about 10 minutes. When we return, we'll be in closed session. We are now in open session. And we have been discussing a case. And in the matter of the appeal of student A, a motion and a second are required to affirm the final institutional decision, and we remand the matter back to the university to determine a suspension for an appropriate term. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Regent Rouse and Regent Crow seconded. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Or do we need a roll call vote? We don't? All those who affirm the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Any abstentions?
I got an aye signal from, so there's no abstentions, all affirm the motion is carried. Is there any other business to come before the board? Hearing none, this meeting of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa is adjourned.